ready. Let's get logged in. Oh, did I never actually connect? Hang on. There we go. Much better. There we go. Oh, so much better. Yeah, we should be okay. My camera's a little bit higher than it used to be. Because, for those of you not in the Discord, I moved some furniture yesterday. I have a really nice sit-stand desk that I had gotten for when I was working a corporate job, remote. And, like, the desk I had in my living room where I stream from, it's an okay desk. Like, the thing it has over my sit-stand desk is that it has a drawer. I now have even less storage in my living room than I did before, but the sit-stand desk is bigger, but miraculously still fits in my living room. And as soon as I recover from moving 2 desks all by myself, because that was definitely a smart thing to do, I will be adding a new redeem to the channel where you guys can make me stand for like 20 minutes at a time. What am I doing? Good habit to be in, checking your retainers when you log in. That's not what I meant to do. Oh, it helped if I changed to, there we go. There's our girl. Alright, so yeah, also, if you follow me on Blue Sky, or if you're in the Discord, you also would have heard and seen my shock mount truly was God's strongest soldier. I've had it for like 5 years, 4 years, somewhere around there. I definitely had it before the pandemic. So, like, 5 years, probably. Maybe 6. Oh god, I'm going on 7 years of streaming. But anyway, the elastic finally, it was already giving out, but it finally gave up yesterday. I moved my mic because I had to move it from one desk to another, and my shock mount was just like, this is where we say goodbye. So replacement has been ordered. I am waiting for it to come in. In the meantime, if that affects my audio at all, I am sorry. I'm currently using the stand that my Yeti came with because I don't feel like trying to configure putting it directly on my boom arm. But yeah, what am I doing? That's not what I wanted to do. Alright. So, we have... Actually, I'm gonna let you guys decide. Do we want to do MSQ first, or, I do have some Katari quests to do. Maybe I'll cap off the night with the Katari. Alright. In that case, let us head over to... Oh, wait, it's not in the Crystarium. It would be in Madorna. Just under Other. No, yes. A Realm Reborn Miscellaneous. Which, funnily enough, like... I know it says A Realm Reborn and then you have others here. Mordona and Porthos used to... Mordona still is, if you have things organized by zone instead of, expansion. That's still under Other. But, it used to be that the other tab was housing Mordona and, Porthos Central Highlands. Or not, yeah, Central. And then Heavensward happened, and they're like, okay, we have more for Porthos now. But yeah, let's get going. Hello, Tataru. Little Bean. Hitaru seems eager to make up for lost time. I mean, I wasn't gone that long, was I? Shizune! Gods, it's good to see you. I hope your being here means you've had your fill of rest? Oh, wait a minute. Not so much as 40 winks, truth be told. I forgot. I want to talk to the Scions real quick. You're too selfless, that's your problem. But you'll be no good to anyone if you don't take a break every once in a while. Anyway. I'm gonna see if I can. Okay. Not much has happened since your last visit. I had planned for you to meet with that helper I told you about, but he refuses to answer his link pearl. I do hope he's alright. We've been exchanging messages with the Eorzine Alliance throughout it, though. They say the fighting has finally stopped at the Gimlet Dark, and that the Empires show no sign of movement. Which means we might actually have a moment to ourselves for a change. Seeing as you're back, maybe you can tell me more about your time in the First? Yeah, sure. Oh, great! Oh, and if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Flammy to join us. She'll want to know about what happened to Minfilia, and I think it's best she hears it from you. We'll meet you on the terrace at the House of Splendors. Oh boy, I get to have that conversation. Let me talk to the Scions first. I forgot to do that before. Our war of subterfuge is moving along well enough, but we often find ourselves waiting for Thancred and Alphinaud's expertise, or wanted for Thancred and Alphinaud's expertise. Wish they'd hurry up and get their arses back over here. We're working on it. A pleasure to see you, Shizune. I cannot well imagine what sort of world the verses or adventures you had, but that you have returned to us safe and sound is of great comfort. Yeah. Not that I expected any less, but 'tis good to see you at home and unharmed. I am pleased to report that Arenvald and his fellow primal hunters have upheld the peace while you've been away. I know. I did the summoner quests. Welcome back, Shizune. How do the Archons fare over in the First? When next you see them, you may inform them that their bodies are as well as can be. That's good. Oh, other fun thing to potentially check out. Hey ukulele. Sorry, Unukalhai. I mean, here we go. Small talk. A pleasure as always, Shizune. What would you ask of me? Can I tell you about... I can't. I thought I could tell you about her. Oh, never mind. I thought I was able to tell him about Silva. Well, let's get back out there then. Boo, though. Boo! So, can I, if I move my webcam... Oh, I know. Hang on, let's see if I can do a fun little thing to... Okay, now if I... Oh, V-Bridger did not like that. Let me recalibrate you. No, the height isn't helping. It's a lighting thing, I think. God, I can't wait for my iPhone to get here. And my Muppet era. We'll be waiting for you at the House of Splendors, and I expect you to tell us absolutely everything about your time in the First. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha. You know what, I'm gonna do a thing with my settings real quick. Because if it's gonna rarely pick up my mouth movements anyway, then... It's already set to that. Oh, is it something in V-Bridger I need to set? Oh, well, it probably isn't gonna matter for much longer. Anyway. Let us head to... Alright. Let us head upstairs to... I could have just flown. I'm slightly procrastinating because, I have to deliver news to Flamine. And I'm sure that's gonna go well. But... you know what? Let me check something, actually. I might know what the issue is. Oh yeah, you definitely... Is the issue that you need to... No. Okay, does that fix it? No. Huh. Okay. That's not what I wanted to hit. I'm trying to make it so that when I talk, my VTuber model actually reacts. That does not help. Alright. It's whatever. I'll deal with it later. Actually, let me just... Sorry, guys. A tech moment. Do I have it set to the wrong parameter? Is that the issue? I should have thought about this before stream. Is that better? Oh, much better. Okay. All right. I mean, it's an improvement at least. Now let's get you the proper size. So I fucked that up. All right. At least I'm not a complete muppet now. Hey there, Flamine. I'm sure this will go well. Shizune! My, it has been too long. Hataru did mention that I would be joining you, did she not? She did. Where's Hataru? Thank you. Words cannot well express how I have longed to know more of the verse. This world Minfilia has sacrificed so much to save. But come, rest your feet. Tataru should be arriving shortly. And so Minfilia chose to pass on her gifts to the next oracle? This girl who Thancred named Reen. To have such a burden thrust upon her as a child, only to embrace it when given the choice. In that respect, they are quite alike. It would seem her legacy is indeed in capable hands. Hydrate! Okay. Alright. Shizune, might I ask a favor of you when next you return to the First? To tell Reen what I cannot. To tell her, thank you. Huh? Sure. And I would offer thanks to you as well, for staying with her to the end. Begging your pardon, but could I have a word? Huh? Oh, Real! Real! I hope you're here to tell me you've received word from our helper. I wish, nay, I've not had a peep out of him, and it's been a good long while now. Too bloody long. On account of which, I'm going to sneak over the border and see if I can't get a signal to him from closer up. But what if they catch you? There must be another way. Well, it ain't as if we can ask Thancred to do it. Besides, I shouldn't have no trouble picking me way through Gimlet now the fighting's died down. Gods know where there's enough shadows to hide in. And it beats waiting around here twiddling me thumbs. Any road? I just thought I'd let you know. Now, I'd best be... Ah! I nearly forgot. Cryle's at the stones and she wants a word. Something to do with the patients. She was getting ready to examine them again when I left. I'm sure that can only be good things. We'd best head back then. I'm sure it's important. Mm-hmm. Are you gonna be okay, Fleming? You needn't worry about me. Go and see what Kryle has to say. I know I had a voice for Flamine, and I don't remember what it was. Anyway, shortcut time. Whoop! It seems she's still examining them. Oh, I do hope nothing's bad, or it's nothing bad. Don't worry, I'm sure it's awful.
You're here. Good.
So, how are they?
Still locked in slumber, but otherwise in good physical health.
But... Uh-oh, why are you
For the
freezing?
present,
Oh,
at
there we
least.
go. What do you mean for the present?
For the present? Oh no, is something wrong with them?
I'm afraid there may be. I summoned you after detecting faint signs of instability in Thancred's corporeal ether. But subsequent examinations suggested all 5 might be affected. And when I examined them just now, my fears were confirmed. Tellingly, the degree of instability varies between them. Thancred exhibits the most notable signs, followed by Y'shtola and Urianger. The twins' ether, meanwhile, remains relatively stable, but there is a change there too if one knows to look for it.
Hold on. Isn't that the order they were called away in?
It is.
Indeed. Which leads me to believe the instability will only increase with time. Though I can but speculate, I fear this may be a symptom of a weakening link between body and soul.
By the gods! What happens if the link is broken?
I cannot say for certain. This is all unknown territory to us. Yet whatever happens, it cannot be good. Mercifully, the instability is still only slight. And you may rest assured Master Matoya and I will do everything in our power to keep it from worsening. Be that as it may, it is imperative that you find a way to restore our friends' souls to their bodies.
Leave it to me.
Thank you.
But where's she even supposed to start? We had the greatest minds in the realm hunting high and low for an answer, and they ran out of places to look.
Time to look on a different reflection then.
You stated in your report that the Exarch had originally intended to reverse the summoning process by means of his own death, correct?
I did.
Raha always was a reckless young fool, ready to die for the first righteous cause that came along.
She called him.
His plan might well have worked, but I, for one, am glad he never had the opportunity to see it through. Even if it does mean our friends must remain stranded a while longer.
Agreed.
There is another way, I am sure of it. And the key lies with him, with the Exarch. Pray return to the First and apprise him and the others of the situation. We, meanwhile, will do what we can from here. And, if the fates are kind, we will have good news to share upon your return.
I look forward to hearing it. Don't you worry. Master Matoya and I will think of something. Take care over in the First, Shizune. We're counting on you and the Crystal Exarch to bring our friends home. Alright, back to the Crystarium we go! Here we go. Alright! Bestest best friend! Ah, Shizune, you are returned. I hope your time in the source was suitably restful. I actually spent more time on the verse than I did on the source, but, you know, but of course it wasn't. Go on. Oh, also I have news. Their corporeal ether shows signs of instability. By the gods. The possibility never even occurred to me. If you have returned in the hope that my research has yielded a solution, I fear you will be sorely disappointed. 'Tis but a mercy we have the likes of Mistress Kryle and Master Matoya to keep our friends' bodies safe while we wrestle with the problem. But they cannot forestall the separation of body and soul indefinitely. Come, The others must be told. Hey guys, so bad news and bad news. Do Thadgrid and Urianger even show up this patch, or are they too busy at the empty? Oh, there they are. Or at least there's Urianger.
Pray excuse my late arrival.
No, how could you? It's unforgivable.
Will Thancred and Reen not be joining us?
Nay, milady. With apologies to all, they beg leave to pursue their investigation of the empty to its conclusion. Should matters here demand their presence, however, they did assure me that they would make themselves available.
Yes, of course. Then let us proceed. I think it best that you begin by providing a summary of Mistress Kryle's findings.
Right, so like I said, bad news and bad news.
I suppose it was only to be expected that some change would occur.
Yet our souls seem unaffected, to my eye at least. How long they will remain so is another question. Kryle is right. It is imperative we find a way to return to the source.
Perhaps an explanation of the method by which I brought you here will yield some inspiration.
I mean, we already know how
Ere I
you brought us
begin,
here.
it must be noted that I am by no means a gifted mage. In order to employ powerful magics, I must rely upon the Crystal Tower and its boundless reservoirs of energy.
We already know how you did it, Graha. You pulled some gotcha, fucked up a bunch of times, and then finally got me on double pity.
The magic that summoned you was no exception. 'Tis a singular spell, adapted through painstaking effort from the technique that transported me to the first. To use an analogy, it works by cutting a hole in the fabric of reality. A hole tailored to the object of summoning, through which it and it alone may pass unscathed. Though I succeeded in creating said hole, I failed to latch onto my intended target. Instead of you, the spell found those close to you, and ended up summoning them in their incomplete state. I would not soon throw my life away. Not after the lengths you and yours went to save it.
Good.
And so long as I breathe, I will spare no effort to see you safely home.
And you, right? And you, right?
But should all else fail, and your lives be at stake, there remains one sure method.
No. Not allowed.
Oh. What was that for?
How can you even entertain such thoughts? You owe your life to the Warrior of Light, and you don't get to die unless she says so.
Your followers await your divine judgment.
What did you just...
Huh?
If the two of you have finished, perhaps we could return to our discussion? Rather than dwelling upon the multiple failed attempts at transference, I think it would behoove us to focus on the solitary success.
Hey, that's me!
I would draw your attention to the fact that our friend can travel between worlds possessed not only of her body and soul, but her personal effects besides.
Yeah, but I got help from the Fae with that.
This is no different from the teleportation magics to which we are all accustomed. Magics that allow for the transportation of those inanimate objects one considers to be an extension of oneself.
That implies I consider my entire inventory to be an extension of myself. I don't know if I'm that attached to my crafting mats.
Are you suggesting that simply by considering us her possessions, she could carry our souls back to the source upon her person?
Yes, you guys are mine. All mine.
Well, it would be nice if things were that simple for a change.
Let me just put you guys all in my pocket.
But vague notions of ownership seem a rather tenuous thing to stake our lives on. So much as a moment of doubt on her part and we'd be left floating in the rift.
Milady hath the right of it. The requisite fixity of belief would be too much to ask even of our friend.
Look, man, challenge accepted.
Yet were we to immure our souls within an object in her possession, mayhap then our safe passage could be assured. White Auracite would, I believe, serve as a suitable vessel for this purpose. It was conceived to imprison the massy soul of an Ascian, and should house one of ours with relative ease. We would need only to ensure our soul's safe preservation inside the stone, and identify a means by which they might be transferred back unto our vacant bodies.
Soul preservation and transference. I believe I know of someone who may be able to assist us. On the far shore of the source, there stands a great palace built by the elves. It was forsaken in the wake of the flood, but a certain Numo chose to make their home there soon after. Though they have long lived as a recluse, they once occupied a place of honor in Verbert's royal court, and it is said that none in all of Norvrant is more knowledgeable than they on matters of the soul.
Well, I've no objection to seeking a helping hand, but if they've gone to such lengths to hide themselves away from the world, what makes you think they'd be willing to lend us one?
A worthy question. Years ago, I myself tried and failed to solicit their cooperation in the battle against the Sin Eaters. No sooner had I begun to make my plea than they unleashed a swarm of their familiars upon me. Unlike me, however, you have curried favor with the Fae folk. By that merit alone, I am hopeful that they would grant you an audience. They may still be inclined to turn you away, of course, but if their knowledge might feasibly facilitate your return home, we have to try.
Then let's try. Oh. Money, please. And I will be taking whatever this weapon is. It's I-500. Cool. Gimme. I'm sick and tired of the Exarch's attempts at selfless sacrifice. If he suggests dying one more time, I swear I'm going to grant him his wish. Alize, no. That's gonna just be a reward for him. A mage of surpassing skill, living a life of seclusion. Now, where have I heard that before? One can only hope they are more receptive to unsolicited visitations. I mean, Matoya didn't sick a bunch of bad guys, or not bad guys, but like a bunch of her summons on us. So, like, there's that. The new Mo seemed such a welcoming folk in Omeg. What do you suppose could have driven this one to a life of seclusion? Trauma? There's actually a short story about it. It is said the kingdom of Vobert was once home to the realm's greatest knights and magic's both. To command a place at the royal court, the Numo whom we seek needs to have been a mage among mages. The Crystal Exarch would waste no time in seeking help for our for our stranded comrades. The Grand Cosmos. That is the palace we seek. Stands on the opposite shore of the source. I will arrange a boat to carry us there. Whilst thou journeyest thither, I think it best I devote my energies to the creation of white auricite. By thy leave, of course. The process requireth no small amount of time, and should the new Mo consent to lend us their aid, we will have need of a suitable vessel ere long. Agreed. Then I would ask the rest of you to join me in Solon, and do be prepared for a warm reception. So, who are the two sacrifices that are going to join me in the dungeon? Pray join the others in Solon. I shall turn my thoughts to the Arsite, and apprise Thangred and Reed of our progress. That's not where I wanted to teleport. Oh my god. Poor job. Where's my mount? Here we go. Alrighty. Solon. Alrighty, and there is the dog. He said the palace is on the opposite shore, but I see nothing on the horizon save empty sky. Curious. I mean, it's Fey magic. What do you expect? Let's be real. The Exarch said to prepare for a warm reception at the palace. Let's hope it's more cordial than his last visit. I doubt it will be. I was relieved to hear the Exarch intended to arrange for a boat to carry us across the lake. Not that I would be opposed to swimming, mind you. I'm sure. As I told you before. Thank you for the sub! Yeah, thank you for the 4 months. I appreciate you. No, you're good. The whole point is that it makes noise. As I told you before, I had scarcely set foot on the palace grounds when I was set upon by our host's familiars, and I expect our reception today to be no different, which is why I propose we march through the main gate, weapons drawn. I'm sorry, but are we not here to petition for assistance? You can't honestly think barging in looking for a fight is going to persuade them. I mean, it might. Actually, I believe the Exarch may have the right of it. Yeah, we just have to exert our dominance. They have no doubt poured a great deal of time and energy into their creations. Were I them, I should be most interested to meet with those who could overcome my defenses. Also, that's like how dogs work, right? You exert your dominance and then they respect you. As would any true seeker of knowledge. And there is little we can say or do to convince them to help us if we know nothing of their character, nor less why they chose to hide themselves from the world. It's because of the trauma. But if we can seize their interests, maybe we can earn ourselves an audience. It's worth a shot. Weapons drawn it is, then. Though I must say, Azar, you certainly seem to be enjoying all of this. Do I? Well, I will not deny that I enjoyed the thought of fighting alongside you all rather than pacing about inside the Crystal Tower. You both seem to be in rather high spirits, if you ask me. Not that I'm surprised. Your moods invariably improve when Shizune is around. What exactly are you implying? She averted the calamity, and the light which seemed destined to consume her has been extinguished. It's only natural that we'd be pleased to see her. I'm sure that's all it is. Yes, well, you will have plenty of time to celebrate her good health after we finish here. Of course. Then let us proceed to the palace. Let's small talk, everybody. I think we've done enough talking, don't you? We have a new mode to impress. I can but imagine what manner of beasts keep guard here. No doubt they will afford us scant opportunity to explore the palace. A pity. I mean, there is this thing called Explorer mode. We are allowed to go back to places we visited before and actually explore them, Y'shtola. How long has it been since we last went on such an expedition? I cannot help but be reminded of the ruins of Scala. It is good to be here with you for a change. Whatever you would have me do, you but need say the word. Okay, now we just need to kidnap Kieran, who said that he would come after one more M1S poll. I was gonna talk to you. Oh, right. Anyway. I'm just constantly checking the tracking for my iPhone like a freak. Amazing. Yes, you have it unlocked. Don't worry, you're good. Anyway. I think while we wait for Kieran... depending on how long it's gonna take him, we might have time for me to head over to Fano And, oh, there we go. Do the Qatari quests. Because I did the double dip with the Qatari when I ranked them up on Sunday, along with doing quests for all the other for the other 3 tribes. So they're ready to rank up. The other 2 will be ready to rank up tomorrow. To think I would live to see the first piece of our forefathers' legacy proclaimed. Truly, this will go down as a momentous day in the annals of Qatari history. Today, on words that need to be pronounced very carefully, my friends tell me that a great serpent wearing a helmet appeared to lead them through the treacherous tunnels below. Why, it led them clear to a cave-in that would have buried them alive. Oh, clear of a cave-in that would have buried them alive. Praise be to the great serpent of Ronka. Oh, you mean, where is he? This great serpent with a helmet? Little cutie. The great serpent of Ronka wishes to impart divine wisdom. Scream, indeed! Divine wisdom unto you, or so you think. Scream! The serpent jumps about joyfully. It appears that the Qatari excavation effort is proceeding swimmingly. Speak with Chakral Kodal and see if there is anything you might do to lend a hand. Scream! Oh, Shizune! You'll be happy to know that the charm your friends fashioned for us worked most splendidly. We've been able to reach deeper depths than ever before. And thanks to you, the restoration of the first stela is all but complete. You simply must see it. You'll also be pleased to know that the relics and records that turned up in our subsequent trips below have confirmed that the interpretation of history that you espoused was indeed and indubitably true. We came upon many ritual instruments in the tunnels below. It would seem that, in the Empire's earliest days, the Ronkans would offer individuals chosen from the races they conquered as living sacrifices to their gods. The markings on the first stele depict just such a scene. But this was not simply a cruel and callous tradition. Once these conquered peoples were recognized by the Ronkan gods, they were welcomed into Ronkan society and given the chance to serve the Empire and live prosperous lives under its auspices. It is a somewhat chilling tale, but we must be grateful to our ancestors, who gave their own lives that we who followed might live a brighter future. To think that I am only alive today because my forefathers... Oh wait, wrong. To think that, because my forefathers spilled their blood. It is a bit much to take in all at once, but I'm sure I will come to understand. Oh no, wait, that was... Chakral is the baby, right. But our work is far from done. Indeed, in our explorations, we have found what appears to be an entrance leading to an even deeper level of the caves. I have little doubt that the remaining stelae lie further below. I have sent a team below to conduct a preliminary investigation before we begin the next phase of the excavation in earnest. My trusted scout, Horal Monel, should be here to make her report at any... I'm sure that music means only good news. Master Katarl, I bring news from below. News that I fear is not good. That's the opposite of what I said. Again? I swear, if we Qatari did not have rotten luck, we would have none at all. Do tell. What did you find down there? Entering the second stratum, we came upon a shrine to our protector, Oxstalin. It appeared to have been ravaged by the beasts that lurked below, but still it stood after all these years. A shrine, you say? No doubt it was erected by our ancestors, most likely to ward off some greater danger that lurks further below. This was my thought as well, Master Kataro. A cave-in? A flood? Fearsome creatures from the deep? We were too fear-stricken to press onward, not knowing what manner of calamity might befall us. But we must press on somehow. Can we not appeal to Dallin somehow, that he might protect us as we delve further? Indeed. Perhaps there is a suitable ritual for the occasion. Sadly, if there is, I fear it is beyond my knowledge. Rituals, you say? I think I know a Vis who could help you. Why, yes, indeed. The Vis are nothing if not well versed in Ronkin tradition. The one with hair the color of night. Master Lenil, was it? I hear she has lived as long as 10 Qatari. Yes, I am certain she will have knowledge that will serve us well. That's a nice way of saying she's 200 years old. Long-lived as they are, the wisdom they have passed down through generations doubtless rivals that of our ancestors' or that which our ancestors recorded. If anyone can help us, I dare say it is them. Good Shizune, pray take me to Fano at once. I must meet their Master Lenil, that I might partake in her deep knowledge of ancient Ronkin rites. Oh, we have a Karen. Alright, to be continued, once we... Did I already check? There we go. Alright. Now let me just remember to... Silence Echo, minimum item level, unrestricted party, confirm. Karen says he will be up to no chicanery. I don't believe him. Why... Oh, I know why I'm not. It would help if I was on Bard. Okay. Grand Cosmos, let's go. Oh, that's normal. Welcome party. Oh, maybe I don't want to bop my head around too much. Oh, I just fucked up my rotation. Big time. Oh well, it's fine. there even any chicanery in this fight, or in this dungeon, that Kieran can use to assassinate me? I guess time will tell. You okay there, dude? Or are you just running in circles because it's funny? And they do, in fact, say things, but it's all backwards, which is a Final Fantasy I reference. I can't remember if they speak backwards in Matoya's cave, too, or if it's just here. But yeah, that was the thing with the brooms in Final Fantasy I in Matoya's hideout cave, whatever it was. Okay. I'm sure this dungeon will go well. This boss definitely doesn't have a history of fucking people up. Just gotta watch where the rooms are. And hope that you don't get hit by the good old switch. Ooh, immediately gets hit. Chi. Hey Chi, what are those things next to your HP bar on the party list? Are you okay? I hope she's still in chat and that I'm not giving her shit when she can't defend herself. I'm a good person, I swear. I'm also a good player of this game. I promise I know what I'm doing with my job, and I definitely don't consistently drop my dots. Hey Zeb, are you still here and able to do the moderator thing? I like how you got so excited at actually having to moderate. Thank you. Appreciate you. Potentially, actually, oh, definitely better than what I'm wearing right now. Considering how popular this set is for glamour, I'm surprised they haven't given us a crafted version of it yet. Then again, I've been waiting since Stormblood crafted versions, or like any kind of dyeable version of the Shisui set, so... And no, I don't count the glamour gear from Moonfire Fair because that is only one model, and what I really want is dyeable versions of the models with the flowing sleeves, like what the healers, casters, snakes, and maiming gear has. Because at the end of the day, I am a sucker for flowing sleeves like that. Ugh. professional streamer, everybody. I love this boss model. She's so pretty. Oh, I never noticed that she's basically just a variation on the, hang on. Whew. On the, Siren model. Still cool, though. We missed one. Okay, we're good. Oh, we missed one? How? See? I looked! I mean, it's fine, we're beating them pretty quickly, but... I see you this time. Will I be able to move you in time? No. Fuck. Well, I tried. Huh? I might have a solution for this one. There. We did it! Fuck yeah! Oh wait, I don't need earrings, so that doesn't matter as much. But before I enter into combat again, I will be taking that new earring. Switch, switch, switch. That's so cute. I wonder if FFXIV isn't Matoya's counterpart on the first. There's no law, like, if Shizune and Birdbird can be a different race and different, gender, there's no law saying that, like, some of the souls on, like, some of the reflections couldn't be, like, completely different races. Oh, do I already have this? I guess I do, alright. There, hang on. This might involve me sitting in someone's lap, but they are fake chairs. How could they? I bet the food isn't even real. why are these housing items? Like, just give us all these portraits, Square Enix. It'd be very easy. Just, like, any part of the game that has furniture, just give it to us as housing items. Gimme, gimme. I'm making grabby hands right now. You can't see them, but you'll just have to believe me. Oh, right, there's no follow-up move to, FFXIV yet. Oops, I may have used that a little too soon. Oh, well, it's fine. I'm sure that will backfire on me later. Actually, looking at my song timers, I think I'll be good. You have sullied these halls long enough. Come, Lucas. Our guests yet want for company. I'm sure that's fine. No, but actually, we're the Warrior of Light and friends, so it's probably fine. Also, this is so cool. Just all of the dancing ghosts. Just a little friend to keep us warm, really. I was feeling chilly earlier. Oh, right, I forgot this boss has half-roof leaves. Sure to stay away from the furniture. Actually, I was worried the mechanics would kill. Pass the fire. Set some fire. Kill. I dodge. Oh. Ow. Sorry, Chi. The nice thing about there only being 3 of us is that we have more furniture to set on fire compared to if there were 4 of us. Or rather, there's fewer of us that destroy the furniture in the first place, so the people we do have more options. Unless Karen gets them all set on fire. I'm sure it's fine and nothing will literally backfire on us. I am not on the right side. Goodbye. Thank you, Shea. I appreciate you. This side, right? Right? Yeah. Oh, I just super hit wrong button. Oh well. Oh, my dots. I wonder where those went. We win! Hee. Alright. What is the gear? Of course, more fending gear. You know what the sad part is? Hey, so guess what job I spent all my raid tomes on? No. I was spending tomes on the jobs I don't really plan on playing that much the rest of this expansion. Because I don't even have White Mage unlocked on this character, so that'd be impressive if I used my tomes on White Mage. I primarily use them on my Dark Knight, and then I use the leftovers on my Scholar.
That was my fiercest familiar. Oh, impressive.
Thank you. Is a puppy.
Backlook, 'tis good to see you again after all these years. And judging by your vigorous greeting, I dare say the feeling is mutual. To be sure, a simple shake of the hand would have sufficed by way of welcome, but I shan't complain.
Raha. He went to the little shit school of Urianger.
But you must be wondering as to the purpose of our visit. We come to beg your assistance in a most urgent matter.
Oh, yes. Look, if I wanted to lean into the Undersized in that context, I would be playing a Lullafell, but everybody knows Aura are the best race, so, you know.
Sake? Beg?
Our comrades' very souls are in danger. If we are to save them, we will need the benefit of your unsurpassed knowledge on the matter. Please, will you not sit and hear our plea?
I love this man.
Oh, how dare you! How dare you speak thus in my presence!
There, Becklug. We're only here to heal old wounds. Am I doing it right?
It was to escape such words of temptation that I hid myself from the world of men.
I don't know. I think that we're all quite fetching.
You are sinners, one and all, and I swore never again to have any part in your affairs.
I can only imagine what terrible events forced you into a life of seclusion. But I know that the Numo are a good and noble folk. It is not in your nature to turn a blind eye to the plight of those around you. And in treating with us, I am certain whatever mistrust you feel for man will begin to heal.
You stole my joke! But also, good boy, Alphino. I almost feel bad for them. He broke them.
If you will not be satisfied, I suppose I could listen. After all, there's no harm in just... No, I mustn't. Not again. That damn court mage seemed to have the best of intentions too, and countless innocents died for my naivety. Oh, you know not what you ask of me. What horrors my knowledge has wrought.
I know about Brandon. And Saldia. You mean the magical plague of Vobert? I didn't get a chance to use this option on my main, because I hadn't done the tank quest yet. So... you mean the magical plague of Vobert?
You know of the plague?
I may have also gone with the little shit answer on my main all those years ago, so...
Then you know how dangerous soulcraft can be. Instead of saving your friends, you risk damning them. Are you sure you're willing to take that chance?
I mean, they're damned if we do nothing.
Oh. No.
Oh, very well. I will hear your petition, but that is all. And I expect fitting payment for my troubles.
I'm told I give very good scratches. Saya and Luca approve.
Commensurate with your contribution to our cause. No more and no less, I promise you. With that settled, might I impose upon you to join us at the Crystarium? I'm afraid the nature of my friend's predicament calls for absolute secrecy.
Who are you afraid of overhearing us here? There you are. The others have gone ahead to the Crystal Tower with Becklug. For the record, I truly wish we hadn't had to resort to such words when treating with them. I have never sought to convince, not compel. Yet I cannot deny that a part of me is glad Uriache shared his knowledge of the new Mo with us. Had he not, Beck Lug wouldn't be here. Speaking of whom, we should hurry. To keep our guest waiting would only add insult to injury. I can now go in with trusts, except no I can't because they're not leveled on this character. Alphino looks just about ready to leave you behind. Hey! We mustn't dally here any further, or longer, Shizune. Beck Lug is to hear the truth of our travails in the first. You of all people should be present. Okay, first things first. Didn't get anything new for casting. Nope. I know I just said we didn't get anything. Oh, we didn't. I think we did get some stuff for healing. And, oh, I'm on healer. Oh, right, because I spent tomes on healer. Okay. Nope, that's not where I wanted to go. Here we go. But yeah, Beck Lug is great. I love them. They're so silly. And I'm really happy that I get to, like, reap the benefits this time around of having done all of the role quests. Because, yeah, I think I hadn't finished leveling my tanks yet when, 5.1 originally dropped. So I didn't have that dialogue option, referencing the tank role quests. Do you have business with the Crystal Exarch? Oh, yeah. It's the same thing he always says. I just have a Pavlovian reaction to reading dialogue.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me not only that the return of night was your doing?
Yep.
But that you hail from another world as well?
Big if true.
Everything we told you, of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it is true. I realize how fantastical it sounds, and I would not blame you for doubting our testimony. But given your expertise, you must surely have noted the peculiar nature of their souls.
Any other time and I would have dismissed your stories as balderdash and flummery. But upon closer inspection, 'tis plain their souls are far denser than is normal, and that they do not possess true bodies. Save you. Your body is your own. And your soul is the densest of them all.
Yaha? It's because of Eibert.
As I said before, were it not for their heroism, the
We're
skies over
dense.
Norvrant would still be awash with light, the realm yet at the mercy of 4-3 and the Sin Eaters. After all they have done for our home, seeing them safely back to their own, it seems the very least we can do.
Technically, Raha's soul should appear denser too. I wonder if they're just not commenting on it because it's whatever, or if, like, the way he is fused to the crystal tower doesn't prevent them from noticing that his soul is also denser.
Your tale is intriguing. Yes, very intriguing indeed. Simply to hear it is fitting payment in itself. As for your friends, I can but agree. Their valorous deeds on behalf of Norvrant are deserving of recognition, of their own fitting payment.
You will help us then?
I will. I would see my knowledge put to good use for a change. I do have one condition, however. I am not the spry young Numo I once was. As such, I will require assistance in my fieldwork and testing.
It would be our pleasure. We'll be laboring for our own benefit after all.
Did you happen to notice the magic broom strewn about the Grand Cosmos? Uncanny. Yeah, you know what? I'm sticking with my theory that Becklug is the reflection of Matoya. Or that, like, Becklug and Matoya are reflections of the same soul. Becklug has a fine eye. Though we have yet to begin, I rather think the Exarch was right to call on them. Sometimes I forget we're not truly here in the first. It will be good to be whole again. Fortunately for us, Becklug is of a mind to see you and your fellow scions justly compensated for your efforts. Hooray! You have spun quite a tale, but tell me, have you given any thought as to how you might return to your world? Oh, did we not explain that part yet? White Auracite, you say? An intriguing proposition. But one which fails to account for the present state of your souls. They have become highly charged, likely as a consequence of having maintained tangible forms for so long. In such an energetic, unstable state, there is no telling what may happen to their souls within the Auracite. They could very well become immutable and to transference, never to be restored to their bodies. Then, would it be possible to force our souls into a state of dormancy prior to transference? In theory, yes, but the soul is not a candle to be snuffed out and relit on a whim. Well, that sounds ominous. What exactly would render our souls dormant entail? Or rendering our souls dormant entail? In order to maintain a corporeal form, your souls constantly draw ether from your surroundings. This process must be halted, and the resulting surfeit of ether removed. Your minds would ultimately be separated from these faux bodies of yours, rendering you incapable of interacting with the world around you. A cruel fate under normal circumstances, but one which will be rectified upon your return home. Leaving lifeless husks, like those poor souls at the inn of that journey's head, corrupted by the sin eaters, their ether made stagnant by the light. Corrupted? Stagnant? Might I see these unfortunate individuals? Why? Do you think you might be able to help them? I might, or I might not, but I shan't know for sure until I have seen their condition firsthand. Then I would be glad to take you to them, on the understanding that you won't do anything which might increase their suffering. It was my faith in man I lost, not my compassion. Well, I see no need for all of us to accompany you. While you escort your guests to the inn, I will assist Arianje in creating the requisite Tarasite. I believe my talents would be better applied to that endeavor as well. Might I leave the three of you to assist Backlug as necessary? Oh, hey, Shell! How are you doing? Let us make for Amarane, then. Arianje is more than capable of creating the Arasite on his own, but if aught should go awry, I would be on hand to assist him. I'm hanging in there. You know, doing the freelancer grind. Making our way through Shadowbringers. It pains me that there are those who yet suffer despite our victory over the light. I must hope a way can be found to help both them and our friends. Alright, then we want to go to the inn. Of course, we're going straight to Helric. He's just there mumbling. Having broken Light's stranglehold on the first, I would like to believe they will one day recover. Yet I fear that day may not come soon. Backlug told me they wished to meet the worst afflicted. Helric. There are times when I swear there's not something he wants to tell me. If only he could form the words. So, this is Helric, is it? Yes, his etheric balance leans perilously toward the light. Toward stasis. What do you suppose will happen to him? Not too bright, are you, boy? The same as all poor souls corrupted by the light. He will become a sin-eater. You don't know that. We've defeated the wardens and banished the light from the sky, or from the night sky. Helric was completely unresponsive before, but now... Mumble. Then perhaps there is hope yet, or yet hope. If I may, there is a treatment I wish to administer to the patients. What sort of treatment? In the course of my studies of the soul, I once created a tonic which could temporarily stimulate the ether of one's body. After some refinement, it came to be used by the Knights of Obert. Then far darker purposes. Lest it fall into the wrong hands, I swore never again to make it. But for their sakes, I will break that oath. It is not like to reverse the stagnation, mind you, but it should offer some measure of relief. Come, let us see what effect my tonic will have on their ether, if any. This potent tonic, invented by Backlug during the time of Obert, is said to revitalize the soul, both figuratively and literally. Podden stares blankly at you. It would seem the tonic has had no effect. But... What is this warmth I feel in my chest. Strange. Is it me, or is it suddenly warmer? It feels rather nice. I feel warm. My legs, they don't feel as heavy. Well, fancy that. My hands don't feel quite so stiff. Thank you, miss. Well, it seems to be working on some of them, at least. He's just over there mumbling. Now then, have you noted any change in the patients? A notable rise in body temperature and increased motor function, in most of the patients at least. The more severely afflicted show no response. Same here. As I feared then. 'Tis true that with the restoration of night, the corrupting influence of light will no longer grow. And yes, their bodies will naturally return to equilibrium given time. But this holds true only for their corporeal ether. Their incorporeal ether, that of the soul, is not so easily mended. Which is why those in their later stages of corruption, like Halric, appear unaffected by your tonic. Precisely. The boy's soul is too far gone, his mind held together by the finest of threads. There is a chance he may one day recover, of course, but it could take years, decades even. By the gods, he could wait to find himself an old man. A fine reward for his persistence, the opportunity to mourn the life he never had a chance to live. No, there must be something we can do. Look, I realize this is not why we petitioned your aid, but do you think it could, if possible, we could find a way to hasten their recovery? Maybe. Nor do I think it impossible that in treating them, we might learn something of relevance to your own predicament. That's hopeful. Corporeal and incorporeal ether. I confess I had never had cause to make the distinction. Did they just say... Oh, excuse me. Uh-oh. Yawn attack. Did they just say what I think they said? Might there really be a way to help Halric and the others? And help ourselves in the process? Uh-oh. I'm sure it'll be fine. I suspect the Crystal Exarch has told you of my past. That I was once a mage of the Royal Court of Obert, and that soulcraft was my field of study. The tonic you administered to the patients here is one of the fruits of my labors. I hoped to do great things for the kingdom. But in the end, my knowledge brought only suffering. A plague the like of which none had ever seen. In the hands of unscrupulous men, that should have, or what should have been my greatest triumph instead became my greatest shame. You mustn't dwell in the past, and now you have a chance to redeem yourself. At least the Warriors of Light brought those responsible to justice. I'm gonna keep going for the stuff that's unique to what I've done in game. At least the Warriors of Light brought those responsible to justice. Aye, that they did. I shudder to think what might have happened had they not. But let us return to the task at hand. finding a means by which we might revitalize these people's incorporeal ether. Do you think it can be done? Were the sky still ablaze with a primordial light, I would call it an exercise in futility. But now we may have a chance. The method I have in mind will entail the conjuring of a familiar. They are able to amplify the energies poured into them, making them the perfect conduit for the ether revitalizing magics we will ultimately employ. If you're about to launch into a lengthy explanation of the metaphysics of your plan, don't bother. Oh! Ad. Alright, since we're in the middle of an ad break, I am going to put up the BRB screen and step away for like a minute. So I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. I've just been constantly checking the tracking for the stuff I ordered on Amazon. Granted, the new shock filter I just ordered last night, but... And welcome back from ads, everybody. And also, reminder, if you're not already subbed, be sure to sub to the channel. That'll get you my super cute emotes, ad-free experience, access to the sub-only channel in the Discord, and yeah. Also, if I could get to, or back up to and stay at 100 subs through the end of February, I will, unlock and level up Blue Mage. Okay. But in the meantime, where were we? If you're about to launch into a lengthy explanation of the metaphysics of your plan, don't bother. I'd rather get on with doing whatever it is that needs to be done, if it's all the same to you. Whatever regents must be procured or spells invoked, I'll do it. I admire your spirit. Very well. Your first task will be to gather the necessary materials. The purest of waters and finest of clays, as well as a fey lantern brimming with pixie magic. If you're convinced the resulting familiar could help the patients, fine. Alphino, the water and clay will be simple enough. But I think you know what we'll have to do to get the lantern. You don't mean... The pixies took quite a liking to us before. If we humor them with our company, I'm sure they'll be willing to help us. Or you could just ask me for help. Fine. We'll pay a visit to Ilmeg, though I never thought you would be the one to suggest going back there. I'm impressed you've been there at all, let alone befriended the faithful. Oh, while you're about it, seek out the Numo of Plaeni. They will be able to supply you with water suitable for our needs. Right. Let's get this over with, shall we? There still remains the matter of the clay. Might I prevail upon you to find it? I mean, we're in the middle of a desert. I think actually clay might be pretty easy to find. Clay from the Amarang would likely be best. Know you of anyone who might be able to assist us? Well, there are scavengers at Mordsuk. Yeah, that was my first thought. Scavengers, you say? Well, they may know the lie of the land, but I dare say they're more interested in the trinkets and baubles hiding in it, or in the earth, than the earth itself. Now, miners, on the other hand... Oh, that's fair. I was thinking, because, like, Mordsuk looks like it's very much built out of, like, clay and, like, adobe and stuff, whereas Twine is built out of wood. But yeah, I could go over to Twine. What's that? You know the miners of Twine? Perfect. Speak with them, and you should have no trouble procuring what we need. While you and the twins are occupied, I will see if there's aught else I can learn of the stagnation which afflicts the people here. Hey, you three! I can't stop thinking about that giant talos we built. Can you imagine what it could do with a matching trolley? It feels like a waste not to build one. Sometimes I wish we'd never got that trolley running again. Now Jarek wants more of the bloody things and refuses to shut up about it. Shizune! Well, what a coincidence. You've come at a good time. We're just this moment finishing repairing the Talos and the trolley you lot took to Nabatharang. The trolley was no trouble, but the Talos would have been another matter had we not had a visit from Master Shai. He offered us a share of the leftover building materials from Daedalus Stoneworks, as well as a few trade secrets to help us along. Clever man, that Shai knows. He seemed pretty keen on the ideas I had for putting the giant Talos to work. Like a giant trolley! But Magnus still refuses to see all the good we could do with it. You're entitled to your dreams, Jarek, but that doesn't mean you can go harassing our guests with them. Master Chai was just being polite. And something tells me Shizune here didn't come all this way to talk about trolleys. What is it you need, friend? Know anything about play? I see. And this familiar requires clay from Amarang. Well, look no further. If anyone can find you some quality clay, it's us. Saying that, it isn't exactly a commodity nowadays. But there must be some lurking somewhere or other, waiting to be dug up. If I'm not mistaken, there was a time when they used to take clay from from Mount Buren mines to make adobe bricks. Place is swarming with coyotes now, but if If you're after the good stuff, you could do worse than to look there. See, so, like, excuse me for thinking that the place built, or full of buildings built with adobe bricks would be the easier place to go to find clay than this place. Matchstick Town. Mount Buren is the mines up there. Oh wait, do you guys have anything else to say? You'll want to be on your guard at the mines. Spend too long peering at the ground and the coyote is sure to come and bite you on the arse. I still say a trolley for that Talos is a good idea. You agree, don't you? Stay safe out there. And remember, you don't need an excuse to come and visit us. I visit you guys all the time. It's not my fault your dialogue doesn't change after I finish Shadowbringers. There are certain stories related to a certain later expansion that I'd love to be able to tell you guys, but nope. That reminds me, hey Chi, how is your MSQ progress going? So the concern isn't even the... I mean, to be fair, eventually Island Sanctuary becomes set it and forget it, and then you can go off and do MSQ. Unless you just, by that you mean that you've been spending hours upon hours decorating it. Which, like... Girl fair. Mostly just building it up, that's fair. Like, in the beginning there is quite a bit to do, but eventually Island Sanctuary becomes, like, visit it once a week. Eventually you can automate your crops and your animal care. I mean, I don't blame you. The island is gorgeous, and, like... Man, I haven't had a chance to explore too much of it again on my main, but I'm sure that the graphics update... I mean, I did frolic a little bit when 7.0 dropped, so I know the graphics update did some awesome stuff to Island Sanctuary. But I definitely can't wait to, like, more in-depth explore it again on this character when I get there. The pixies were constantly confusing me with Alize. In jest, I assume. I mean, it's not as if we look that much alike. We, don't look that much alike, do we? No! You're blue and Alize's red. That's totally different. To be fair, at least you guys, like, her face does look more feminine now compared to his. You can see it in, like, I think the mouth and the cheekbones. Maybe the eyes? Yeah, and the eyes. The reason they look, I've talked about this before, but my understanding is the reason they look literally identical in A Realm Reborn is because, like, one of the many shortcuts they took back in ARR was they knew they wanted characters who were twins but didn't have enough time to make two different character models, so they made Elfino's model and then just flipped it to make Alize. Oh wait, I forgot to talk to Alize! Shit! The twins have returned, and in one piece at that. I was convinced the pixies would turn at least one of them into a garden ornament, but no. You have the clay, I take it. Oh wait, I can cancel it. There we go. Cool, saved. That had better be the only thing we need from the pixies. If I have to endure one more prank, so help me gods. Alright, now I can give you the clay. Alize, the better copy of Alphino. Oh. They're both good in their own ways. A finely grained soil material found in Amarang. Pristine clay. He has his place. Yeah. At the negotiating table. Wonderful. We need but combine the clay and the water. Then heat the mixture with the Fey Lantern. After that, it will be a simple matter of settling upon a suitable form and performing the necessary incantation. God, just a less good place than Alize. Aw. Oh, hang on. I'm being harassed. May I help you, sir? Luca? I'm getting cat aggro. Hello, buddy. Oh, there he goes. Luca? You don't want snuggles? Okay. Becklug, I have a question. In the event that we need of the spell and you weren't around, or had need of the spell and you weren't around, would it be possible for another to perform the incantation? Assuming they possess the requisite skill, yes. Oh, there we go. Hi, Luca. Oh, nope. You don't get to pester me for attention and then run away from me. That's not how this works, buddy. I know cat law is a thing, but cuddle taxes are also a thing. Halric and the others have suffered so much, and I swore to do everything in my power to save them. If there's a chance the spell could do that, I would be the one to invoke it. Mayhap you should be the one to do so. A deep understanding of the subject's physical state, combined with a strong desire to help them, can drastically increase the magic's effect. And you are plainly more familiar with these people than I. I dare say there are a few in all of Norvrant more dedicated to finding a cure. Is that not so, Shizune? Very few, but if it should go awry, I'll see what I can do. No, this character is totally full of herself, so yeah, let's go with this one. Very few. But if it should go awry, I'll see what I can do. Is that a challenge? Well, I'll be damned if I let it come to that. Then we are all of a mind on the matter. Alize shall be the one to conjure the familiar.
Let us begin. I trust you've prepared the clay? Very good. Now, I would have you sculpt for me a porksy. Plump, with floppy ears and a short curly tail.
A porksy. I think I know what you mean.
Alize, we were surrounded by... Oh, right, she didn't get a Pleione with us. She never got farther into Ilmeg than later on.
There we are. How's that?
Art! It's art! And I'm so disappointed that this is not a housing item or a minion.
Well, it is certainly creative. There's no denying that. I'm
so sad that, like... that was not its final
Yes,
form.
yes, I'm no artist. Very funny.
Pay him no mind, child. Though it may look like a grotesque parody of reality, it is what the Invoker believes that matters.
You're not helping.
But I speak the truth. If successful, this incantation will turn imagination into reality.
It didn't turn my imagination into reality. I wanted that thing to come to life as is.
Which is why the only thing of import is what you believe this figure embodies. You must focus. Hold the Porksy's image steady in your mind's eye. Now then, as I taught you, relax and allow your energies to flow.
Like, okay, I could even give them the perfect name for it if they made it a housing item. Call it the porcelain porcine, or the porcine porcelain. Porcine porcelain figure. There. I named it for you, Square Enix. Also, I'm available for hire.
With flesh of clay I bid thee rise, on wings of dreams to touch the skies. What once was idle fantasy, I call forth to reality.
And then it turned out normal, and I was devastated.
Not bad for a first attempt. Now, let us see what can be done for young Halric.
Such devastation. Was this your intention, Square Enix?
Through the operation of the magics you invoked to animate this familiar, it is now replete with the energies required to stir the boy's soul. You need but give it a name, and it will do as your heart desires.
A name. All right, I've decided. Now. Go, Angelo!
Mother, I...
Do you guys know what the significance of those words is? Those were Teslene's last words. The girl's resolve is quite impressive. One might almost think she drew strength from another. By the 12! Though it was only for a moment he spoke, there may yet be hope for these people. Mother... Is he trying to say Alize? Oh. At first I thought it was I, and then I remembered, wait a minute, that's not a capital I, that wouldn't make any sense, that's an L. How is he, Becklug? Did it work? I believe it did. You and your fledgling familiar have done well. If my eyes do not deceive, a hint of color has returned to his soul. Gods! I would jump for joy if I weren't so exhausted. We're so close now, Halric. As you are even now in the process of discovering, this magic asks much of the Invoker. What you may not have realized is that the same is also true of the subject. As such, we must proceed with caution. However, with further treatment, I have the utmost confidence the boy will make a full recovery. Observing the reanimation of his stagnant soul has been most enlightening. I will need time to put my theories to the proof, but I believe I can fashion a spell to produce the opposite effect. That is, to induce stagnation, thus enabling our safe transport back to the source via Arasite. A thought occurred to me about this treatment. Becklug said that when the soul is rendered dormant, the mind is separated from the body, that a person becomes incapable of interacting with the world around them. Does that not sound a lot like like some of the tempered back in the source? Not really. It is the fate of most tempered to become slave to primals, save in a handful of cases. Or am I missing something? If I can master this technique, the art of revitalizing the soul, I know of at least one in the source who could desperately use such treatment. Do you really think it could work? Why shouldn't it? Gabu's condition is virtually identical to Halric's, is it not? The only difference being that his soul was suffused with earth-aspected ether instead of light. It follows that if his soul is subject to a similar kind of stagnation, there may be a chance we can save him. Forgive me, but who is this Gabu fellow of whom you speak? A little fellow of ours from back home. I see. His condition does sound similar, yet there is much and more about the soul that remains unknown even to me. I say this not to discourage you, you understand, but to remind you that this is delicate work we do here, work requiring patience. Of course, and as long as there is hope for the patients here, I can devote whatever time is needed to this, or to see this through, or I will devote. But I refuse to spend that time in idleness. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to stay here with Angelo and continue with their treatment. The two of you should return to the Crystarium with Becklug, and see if you can't make some headway with their newly posited theories. I would tell you to rest first, but I see you're not to be convinced. Ah, the fire of youth. Let us return to the Crystarium, then. Finally, I found you. Kashir, what are you doing all the way out here? There's trouble back in Yulmore. Lady Chai's beside herself. Sighing, pacing, the whole lot. Near enough begged me to go and find you. Sighing and pacing, you say? It must be urgent. I take it I will be returning to the Crystarium alone. Go on, then. It's not as if I have anything for you to do. Thank you, Backlog. Sorry for bothering you and all that, but she says the future of Yulmore is at stake. The future of Yulmore is at stake, is it? Well, do for them what you can, but keep an eye on Alphino, would you? See to it he doesn't involve himself more than is necessary. I make no promises. Whatever could be so urgent for Lady Chai to summon us thus? Kaishir is anxious to see you and Alphino back to Yulmore. Lady Chai's up in the parlor. Best not keep her waiting, eh? Best not. Also, I just remembered that this is gonna start up Kaishir's custom delivery stuff, which means we can start that tomorrow too. And here I was worried I wouldn't have enough to do tomorrow. We still have Crystalline Mean quests to do. We have Kaishir's custom deliveries. I should be ranking up the dwarves and the pixies tomorrow. It was the folks over at the Crystarium that told me you'd be down at the journey's head. And lucky for me, you still were. Running around after people's tyrant work. Don't I know it? Well, not here seems out of the ordinary, though I do not see Lady Chai anywhere. Probably pacing around outside again, staring off in the distance and all that, sighing. Strange. Let's see if we can find her and discover the source of her distress. There she is. Also, with this hat, don't these, Mikote look a lot, I'm sorry, Mistel, look a lot like, the Witch of the Waste from House Moving Castle? That's what they always remind me of.
Thank heavens you're here.
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
Alone? What of Master Chai?
But that is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
What? What happened?
It all began after the events at Mount Gulg. With Lord Vorthry out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
And so you held an election?
Yes, well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see. After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well? No one wanted such responsibility. Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so We decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
Man, at that point, I don't think it's an election. I think it's a lottery.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is more than qualified for the role. The perfect choice. Indeed. I told him as much when his victory was first announced. But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him. For shortly after that, he vanished without a word.
Okay, thanks for coming by, Chi, and thank you again for the help with the dungeon. Also, like, I know I've offered this before, but if you need somebody to drag you by your ear through MSQ, hit me up.
You believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee? Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes. Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
You truly think so? What about you? What do you think has become of my husband?
I really want to jokingly be like, oh yeah, he's gone. I can say that. Oh, but it feels so mean to say that. And I don't think this character would think that, honestly. As funny as it would be. I think it'd be very out of character for it to be just like, nah, he fucked off. I don't know. But whatever it is, he won't have fled.
And there you have it, Lady Chai. You needn't worry. Master Chai loves you more than all the world, and he will return.
Mm-hmm.
Wherever he may have gone, rest assured we will find him.
Thank you, my dear boy. You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
Okay, but now we're totally gonna find him, right? Oh, right. I need to actually pick my reward. There we go. You know, Yulmore's nothing like I thought it'd be. But somehow, I can't picture going anywhere else. The Chais are part of it, I suppose. They've been good to me. I only wish there was something more I could do to help them. I mean, you brought us here, so, like, there's that. For all his comforting words, Alphino was plainly troubled by Master Chai's sudden disappearance. It makes no sense for Master Chai to have left without his word. But even if he had, he would not have done so unobserved. Someone here will have seen something, I'm sure of it. We should split up and inquire as to whether anyone saw him leave or failing that, if they have any idea where he might have gone. I will meet you at the Glory Gate to compare notes later on. But oh, hang on. Luca, leave her alone. But no, real talk. Specifically, this one looks like the Witch of the Waste. Oh no, I guess she's also wearing the mask. But like, they look like the Witch of the Waste to me. Like from the first part of the movie when she curses Sophie. Moen, have you seen anything? Master Chai? Why yes, I spoke with him recently, though I recall he was in a rather dour mood. Concerned about Yulmor's neglect of industry, you see. With Lord Valkyrie's apparently inexhaustible stores of meal, and no great need for money, it's little wonder our businesses were all but forgotten under his rule. But I assured Master Chai that the Boutique of Splendors will do all it can to contribute to the revival of trade here in Yulmor, which seemed to satisfy him. He took his leave soon after. Your exchange with Moen has taught you about the stagnant state of business in Yulmor. Oh, not in here. Okay. Ah. Looking for Master Chai, are you? Is something amiss? When last I saw him, he seemed ready to collapse from exhaustion. I insisted he rest and catch his breath, and we talked for a while about his concerns over the city's defenses, amongst other things. He made more than a few valid points. Many of our men are still recovering after your confrontation with Lord Valkyrie, and finding General Ranjit in a heap in the middle of the plaza shook us all to the core. The man commanded no small amount of loyalty, and some of the longest-serving soldiers seemed lost without him. Indeed, a number of them left. Not that we blame you, of course. Without you and yours, we would still be blind to the error of our ways. Anyway, funding permitting, I propose replenishing our ranks with volunteers from the dialects in Gate Town. We have a duty to protect not only Yulmor, you see, but the surrounding regions of Calusia as well. And I, for one, would welcome any man or woman willing to take up arms for that cause. Indeed, I told him as much, and he seemed relieved to hear it. It was on that note that we parted ways. He headed outside, as I recall. Your exchange with Corrine has taught you about the perilous state of Yulmor's defenses. Poor guy. Wait, he's a burglar? Wait. What's that dialogue? What was that? What were you saying? How far away from you do I have to get you to speak again? Hold on. Do I need to retract my pity of you? How do I get you to talk again? This burgling lark's harder than I thought. You know what? Never mind. I don't feel bad for you anymore. Especially not if you're stealing from these poor people. Fuck you, dude. I recall a man fitting that description. asked to speak with the poor buggers lately come from right. Said he wanted to know the state of things down in the Direlands, and you can be sure we gave him an earful. Lack of food, medicine, clothing, there was plenty to tell. We hunt high and low for whatever we can scavenge, and it's barely enough to fill our bellies. But folk here don't just want to survive, we want to thrive. When he heard all that, he started mumbling to himself. Something about finding us work, I think. Fair play to him, though. Not content with having his ear chewed out about the Direlands, he asked about the other settlements and all. After that, I can't really say. Looked like he was headed for Gate Town when I last saw him. Your exchange with your exchange with Halfenbet has taught you about the poor living conditions of Pelusia's downtrodden. Of course we're still here. Can't leave while there are people in need. That's Halfenbet's creed, and the only reason I'm still alive. Any luck? I got nowhere myself, but it sounds like Alphino might have. Ah, there you are. How did you fare? Have you learned anything which might offer a clue as to Master Chide's whereabouts? Note concerning the state of business in Yulmore. A hastily written note which reads, Boutique of Splendors, willing to work with Master Chide to rebuild businesses. Hastily written note which reads, Yulmore's army, willing to hire recruits from the Direlects in Gate Town. Hastily written note, blah, blah, Lucians seeking work, China's offering employment. Employment? Interesting. He apparently paid a visit to the Queen Bee as well. They discussed the possibility of granting admission to customers from outside Yulmore, an idea to which the proprietor was surprisingly receptive. Sounds like he's got big plans for the place. Yulmore, I mean, not the Bee. Perhaps. But the question remains, where did he go after leaving the city? It didn't take long for folks to start moaning after Vothri left. Now everyone in Yulmore's got something to complain about. Wouldn't want to be in Master Chide's shoes, having to keep that lot happy. All we know for certain is that Master Chide was shown great concern not only for Yulmore, but its surrounding settlements. It seems logical then that, having consulted those within the city walls, he would wish to do the same to those without. Chizune, if you would go and make inquiries and write, I shall do likewise in Stilltide. Gate Town I leave to you, Kaishir. Fair enough. Where should we meet when we finished? Well, Top Rung would seem to me his next most likely destination. Let us reconvene there. With any luck, one of us will have stumbled upon him by then, but if not, we will be well situated to continue our search. So basically he got elected mayor and so hyper-focused on getting his hands dirty with the job that he forgot to communicate with his wife. No, the name doesn't ring any bells. But there was a rather dapper-looking Mistel gentleman here not long ago. He wanted to talk about relations between Wright and Yulmore, or rather the lack of them. We lost a great many people to their promises of meal and the chance of a lavish life among the free. And Vothri thought to take even more from us, conscripting the few able-bodied men we had left to guard his paradise. I needn't tell you what happened when the Sin Eaters came. Such things are hard to forgive. But Vothri's gone now, and we're curious to see what will become of Yulmore in his absence. That's what I told your friend. China's, was it? And I'm sure the others said the same. Not what he wanted to hear, I suppose, because he left soon after. That was that. Hey, if only I were friends with the mayor of this place. And could talk to him about, like, all of this. Is he still even, like, around as an NPC I can talk to? Where would he be? In one of the fields? He may not be visible anymore. Who are you and why are you dressed so fancy? Oh, you're a... Okay. You're the person who gives me all the hunt lore for this region. Got it, got it. Yeah, no, they're not visible anymore. Oh, right, I can fly here now. I wonder how much I'm going to regret trying to fly instead of just taking the ladder. Turns out Master Chai was over in Gate Town, too. He spoke to a few of the residents, apparently. They told me they'd never seen a posh bloke look so miserable. So, he paid a visit to both Wright and Gate Town as well, did he? Still tied as well? I see. Kaishir and I gleaned much the same. He seems determined to salvage what goodwill yet remain among the settlements of Pelusia. The only likely place he has left to go being Amity. Come, if we are quick, we may yet reach or catch up with him. I mean, what are the chances he also heads over to Tomra to establish better relations with the dwarves? There you are. Found ya. Shizune, Alphino, Kaishir, what are you doing here? We might ask you the same thing, Master Chai. We have been looking all over for you. Looking for me? Whatever for? Lady Chai has been nigh inconsolable in your absence. She claims you disappeared without so much as a word, bade us return you to her side. What in the blazes are you talking about? I left a letter for her in our chambers. Though I suppose she could have overlooked it. And when she gets an idea into her head... I can only apologize. No harm done, Master Chai. But since we are here, might I ask what compelled you to come all this way? We were told you had been elected mayor. From what we have gathered from the nearby villages, you have been inquiring about the people's grievances. Is it safe to assume you mean to take office? Now, let's not jump to conclusions. I did seek to learn about the problems faced by the people of Pelusia. That much is true. But I am by no means sure I am the man to solve them. Tackling our many challenges will require resources. And until I have secured them, it would not be right to assume the role of mayor. I see. And you believe said resources can be found here? Indeed. The people's grievances are many. But in the course of my inquiries, I have already met with several individuals willing to lend their aid in addressing them. However, There remains one individual crucial to my plans. A man whose counsel may yet make a mayor of me. With respect, such forethought is, in itself, proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai, and I am certain this man of whom you speak, whoever he may be, will reach the same conclusion. For what little it is worth, we will vouch for you should he require convincing. Whatever you need, you can count on us. I don't know what to say. Thank you would be a good start. You don't need to say anything. You've got your actions to speak for you. For as long as I can remember, all I ever wanted was to make it to Yulmore. But that dream is gone now. Burst like a bubble, or a boil more like. Anyway, outside of repaying Master Alphino, I haven't had a clue what to do with myself. Spent most days in a daze. But you've been running up and down trying to find a way to fix this mess for everyone. And I reckon you can do it. You got this you got this lot of gold, didn't you? How hard could marrying be? You're going to steer Yulmore to a better future, I know it. And I want to help. Properly help. Do something that makes a difference. I don't know what it is yet, but I'll work it out on the way. If you let me come with you, that is. You give me entirely too much credit, the lot of you. But I can't deny it gives me heart. Come then, let us press on together. Thank you, Master Chai. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. Yulmore needs more than a man with good intentions, which is why I'm here, to find one with the experience needed to see the city thrive. Who is this man exactly? And are you certain he is here in Amity? Rendon is his name, and yes, he is. Or was. I had scarcely begun to explain myself when he decided his time was better spent elsewhere. He served as chief advisor to Valkyrie's father when he was in office. If Ranjit was the mayor's right hand, one might say Rendon was to the left. And between them, they kept Yulmore on the road to prosperity. The city needs more than a mere man of business, which is why I must find him. But even if you do, what makes you think he will listen? Before giving chase, might it not be wise to speak with those who know him, here in Amity? They may be able to shed some light on his reason for rejecting your overtures out of hand. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Perhaps we should start with Tristal, then. As I recall, you made rather a favorable impression on him. I'm certain he would be willing to talk to us. I reckon Yulmore could learn a thing or two from Amity about standing on its own 2 feet. And again, so could I. That is my minion. According to Master Chai, this Rendon fellow occupied a position of considerable influence in the Yulmoran leadership. Which begs the question, why did he choose to leave? I realize it was me who suggested speaking with Tristal. But who's to say he will be any more receptive than Rendon? Why should any of them give me the time of day? Bah, that's no way to think. Ignore me. Alright, and we've got an ad break coming up. Oh, that's not what I wanted. So yeah, we will continue with MSQ after the ad break. I'm gonna go get more food. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. So I'm gonna switch over to the BRB screen, and I will see you guys after the ads. unmute myself. Hi guys, I'm here. I forgot to unmute, but hello. Okay, time to talk to Tristal. Greetings, friend. And you too, Master Chai. I presume you are here to ask about after Rendon? I can help overhearing you earlier. I can help overhearing your earlier exchange. Yes, well, with Vothri gone, Yulmore wants for a leader. Should no one rise to the challenge, the city could very well collapse. I came here seeking Rendon's counsel in the hope we could build a better Yulmore together. And that is still my wish. But given how abominably you were mistreated there, I will quite understand if you choose not to help. Worry not, Master Chai. I bear no grudge against you or the people of Yulmore, and I would not see you suffer for Vothri's villainy. As you no doubt gathered from your meeting earlier, Rendon can be rather uncompromising. He has his principles, you see, and little patience for anyone he deems less committed to their own. Your desire to be right, or to right the wrongs of your past, of Yulmore's past, is quite admirable, but I fear the guilt you bear on the city's behalf works against you. I can see it in your eyes, in the way you carry yourself. It goes without saying he sees it as well. You must let those feelings go, Master Chai. Be more assertive. Commit to this course, and prove to him Yulmore has the resolve to change. The resolve to change. I believe he was heading towards Pit 8 when he left. If you plan to go and speak with him, I suggest you be firm and clear in your intentions. Very well. To Pit 8 we shall go, and I will not take no for an answer. Nay, not even a maybe. Alright, to Pit 8. Hello?
Well, well, it's you again.
Yes. Voice cutscene. I can eat while we watch.
Well, I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
No, I didn't invite them, as it happens, though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmoran's. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Vothri's villainy, the famous warriors of darkness.
Are they now?
Yes, they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Vothri. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable. Yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make. In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Vothri was creating. And so I left my homeland behind. But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under Vorthry's auspices. And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
To be fair, he was being kind of brainwashed. At least a little bit. He was kind of under the influence.
I can offer no simple answer to that question. But this much I will say. It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. Seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course. Content to, as you say, wallow in indolence. In ignorance. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us.
I mean, you're kind of already doing that. Making sure people get jobs, revitalizing the businesses.
The distinction between free and bonded died with Vorthry. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive.
Hey, can we get a guy like this IRL?
To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on. But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation. Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
A Yulmore for the people.
Go for him.
I rather like the sound of that. But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office.
You would?
You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems, but first I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
I mean, the people are who voted for him. Unless you mean the people of Pelusia, not just Yulmore. People cannot be brought together on the strength of high ideals alone. This I know from painful experience. Brendan has the right, or was right, to demand proof of Master Chai's commitment. Imagine it. A Yulmore that even a bloke like me could help put to build. It remains to be seen if his words will translate into deeds, but I shall endeavor to keep an open mind. You're cool. I like you. Right then. Is there a particular issue you would have me resolve? You seem to have conducted an assessment of the problems Yulmore now faces. I assume you will agree, therefore, that the matter of dwindling food stores is the most pressing. Ah, yes. Meal being neither a desirable nor less sustainable option. I assume alternative foodstuffs are now required to fill the void. And a man who hungers is not like to contribute much to society, save violence, perhaps. So tell me, how do you propose to solve this problem? Give me a satisfactory answer, and I will consider offering you my counsel. A combination of measures would seem to be in order. One to address the immediate issue of supply, and the other that of production. Go on. For the present, Gilmore's coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbors. This would afford us time to address the underlying problem that affects us all, the long-standing neglect of agriculture. Villages that once served as sources of trade for foodstuffs must be repopulated, their means of production restored. This assumes, of course, that we can rekindle relations with our neighbors, guarantee security and stability in the region, and most importantly, find people willing to leave the city and take up the rebuilding effort. My. Think of that all by yourself, did you? Well, yes. It began as a rather abstract plan I drafted some time ago after speaking with the peoples of Yulmore and the nearby settlements. You've impressed me, Chinese. I have? Well, that is a relief. Oh, you haven't secured my support just yet. Only my attention. Grand plans will not be enough to persuade the masses. If you would ask them to rebuild, you must provide them the means to do so. Fair point, Rendon, and one to which I have given much thought. I propose the use of Talos to aid in the establishment and maintenance of these settlements. Their employment should drastically improve efficiency and ultimately increase production. Talos? But Daedalus Stoneworks closed their doors years ago. Without a ready supply of the necessary equipment, the people would starve before your plans could be put into effect. Well, as the heir to Daedalus Stoneworks, it just so happens that Talos are my field of expertise. And with a little help, I'm quite certain we can acquire what we need in no time at all. Yeah, let's go! That Rendon geezer doesn't seem so bad. What was Master Chai worried about? He's got to give himself a bit more credit. You had a hand in constructing that giant Talos to the north, did you not? When the Yomoran volunteers began arriving, I hid myself away lest I be recognized, thus depriving myself of what I am reliably informed was a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Bugger. Do you see that? There is a fire in Master Chai's eyes that was not there when we first met. A fire we had best keep kindled if we wish to see Yulmore change for the better. Chai News's look of steely determination is only slightly undermined by the knocking of his knees. Rendon is quite right. Building Talos from scratch would require time we simply do not have. Which is why I propose to make use of the long-abandoned Talos, which wander the wilds of Calusia. Huh? They will need to be deactivated, of course, and if memory serves, the tools required to do so should still be at top rung. Come with me. So he is an authority on Talos, is he? What other surprises could he be hiding, I wonder? I mean, if he hadn't hid when we were building the giant Talos, he would have known this already. How do you catch a Talos, then? Dig a hole and lure it in? It is one thing to repair an immobile Talos, as Urianger did, but quite another to catch one, surely. Does this not sound a trifle dangerous? I have a feeling I'm about to get voluntold again. Aha! The old memory hasn't let me down. This chest contains canisters filled with a dastardly potent insulating powder, capable of halting the flow of ether in a Talos. We need only get within throwing distance of one and let it fly, thus disabling them without damaging them. Ingenious! An old trick of the trade, nothing more. Once disabled, it should be a simple enough matter to get them to march to Yulmore. More extensive repairs can wait. Ordinarily, this is where I would ask you to run along and do the deed. But as I have said before, it's high time we learned to stand on our own 2 feet. Thankfully, throwing canisters is something even I should be able to manage. Come off it, Master Chai. Even if the Talos ain't a threat, there's 101 other things out there waiting to make a meal of you. That's as may be, Kaishir, but Rendon tasked me with solving this problem, and I will not sit idly by while others risk everything to see my harebrained schemes realized. Not this time. Which isn't to say the mere thought of it doesn't fill me with dread. Truth be told, I can't feel my legs. But if I'm to prove I'm a man worth following, I must lead by example. Well said, Master Chai. All right, but if there's any trouble, we call it off. Yes, well, it should go without saying that I have no intention of dying for this. I've always preferred living to see the fruits of my labors. And to make sure I do, I will require your help. It is as Kaishir says, these lands are dangerous, and if one is not careful, these lands are dangerous if one is not careful. I would ask you to use my spyglass to look out for any beasts that could get in the way of my work. I will also need you to alert me when it is safe to subdue the Talos. Understood? Good. Then let's be off to the quick way through the north gate and see if we can't find a suitable vantage point for you. Okay. Either Master Chai is off his nut, or this means more to him than he's been letting on. When first he arrived, I could barely hear him over the knocking of his knees. And now this. I'm not sure what's gotten into him, but whatever it is, I like it. There is little point in us both shouting instructions. Keep him safe, Shizune. All right, nothing to worry about. Just a simple matter of sneaking up on the Talos while avoiding the slavering, bloodthirsty beasts lurking behind every rock. Child's play. When you're ready, let us begin. I mean, there are literally children who probably play like that. Keep a lookout for danger and alert Chai News when it is safe to incapacitate the Talos. You may move the spyglass as well as zoom in and out. Point the spyglass at Chai News and give him the signal to sneak near the Talos with the mouse. With mouse. Oh, here we go. Signal? That was easy. I did it. I did it. Let's move on to another Telos, shall we? Oh, do I not? Okay. They're looking away. Can I get that one to look away even more? Okay, go. I almost kind of want to fail just to see what happens. It could be funny. I probably won't, but I do believe I'm getting the hang of this. You may leave the next one to me, Shizune. What, you're not gonna need me to direct you? Haha! That should do it. Now we have all we need to proceed. Yeah, good job. Blimey. Thought my heart was going to stop for a moment there. Make that a couple of moments. It would seem I misjudged Master Chai. There may yet be hope for Yulmore. Our friend returned with the nary a scratch. Well done. I can scarcely believe it. It was a reckless, foolish plan, but somehow it worked. I did it. Don't sound so surprised. Master Chai, I believe I owe you an apology. Your plan to replenish Yulmore's food stores showed forethought and sound judgment. What's more, it is plain your time at Daedalus Stoneworks has equipped you to lead, as evidenced by the extraordinary company you keep. You, sir, are more than qualified to be the next mayor of Yulmore. Thank you for your vote of confidence, but the fact remains I am wholly ignorant of the world of politics. Which is why I would ask you to join me and grant Yulmore the benefit of your counsel. I would be honored. When the people behold these Talos, I have no doubt they will lend you their support. It would seem Yulmore's leadership is at last in capable hands. Would you not agree? We should probably be getting back soon, Master Chai. After you've tinkered with the Telos and all that. Lady Chai's worried sick.
Right then. Form a line and make for Yulmore.
Just a thought, if they don't know to expect you, they're gonna think they're being invaded. IJS.
What's that noise?
Your future conquerors.
Wicked White! Runaway Talos! Call the guard!
So, the first rule of leadership is good communication.
Stay back! All of you!
Oh.
Is that?
Heck yeah, it is.
Darling, you're back.
Me! Oh, your husband. Yes, that him too.
But of course I'm back. You didn't see.
Dearest, I can't.
There he goes!
Oh, oh dear.
Time to elect the second mayor of Gilmore. I think Alpha Note actually has to break out the healing magics.
Oh, thank you.
His poor spine.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
Oh, no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
Does that mean you'll do it?
He's already doing it.
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand? Oh, no, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor. And now that I have it, I believe I am ready to take office.
Oh, how wonderful!
They're so in love.
Dearest, please.
Bud, how long have you guys been together? Why do her antics surprise you anymore? I would think you thought this was part of her charm. I dare say the future of Gilmore has never looked brighter. Sorry, I wasn't much help. Still, seeing Master Chai go after those Talos was something, eh? Inspiring stuff. They just all have beep boop to say. Thank you again for finding my husband. I confess I was not expecting your return to be quite so grand. That dear sweet man. He is going to make the most wonderful mayor. I just know it. Did they get any bubble or nope, no speech bubbles? Okay. I'm fine. I just need a moment. That was quite a reception. One Master Chai will struggle to forget. More seriously, the arrival of the Talos has seized the public's attention. Once word has spread around Gilmore, it will be that much simpler to gather one and all so that Master Chai can make his inaugural address. There is no time to lose. We must begin making preparations for the inaugural address. Once Master Chai has caught his breath, of course. Are they all just saying the same thing? Yep. Okay. Despite the butterflies in his stomach, Chai News is prepared to address the masses. No need to fret, Shizune. I have never felt better. And not at all overwhelmed by the prospect of addressing the assembled masses of Yulmore. As for where to do it, if we're to accommodate everyone who might feasibly wish to attend, I suppose the only place large enough would be the Emergent. Then I will go and spread the word among the citizens, both free and bonded, that they are to assemble there to meet their new mayor. You there, Cashier, was it? Would you go and inform the residents of Gatetown in the dialects? Of course I will. Good lad. I will let the yards know not to bar the way out to Valthry's chambers. It goes without saying that I expect the Warrior of Darkness to attend. Assuming she's available, might as well see it through to the bitter end, eh? The dormant at the crown will show you up. I wouldn't miss it. Not for whoop, that's not Gilmore. I wouldn't miss it for the world. No, wait, this way. Here we go. Ah, yes. Master Chai told us to expect you. Excuse me. The Emergent is already filling up with people of all persuasions, free and bonded citizens and non-citizens. But for you, our guest of honor, we have reserved a place at the front. Right this way, miss. Speech! Speech!
Go on, dear.
Speech!
Thank you all for gathering here today. But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around?
And they all do it.
'Tis a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord Forthry's rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gatetown too. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning.
2 of us, the rest of us are a little busy. But I'm here, and that's the most important part, right?
As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Forthry. You placed great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations, and I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness. Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values.
Buddy, I have a feeling unless you set term limits, you're gonna keep getting reelected.
No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Vorthry must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future. However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved. The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you. But we must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward. This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength. For Yulmore!
For Yulmore! Seeing everyone come together like that. It was beautiful, that was. Now our work can begin in earnest. I very much look forward to seeing this Yulmore for the people. Wasn't he simply wonderful? Seeing him take charge of the room as he did. Oh, it reminds me why I fell for him in the first place. The City of Final Pleasures, they used to call this place, back when the world was ending. But now I hope it will become the City of New Endeavors. Yeah, the Crystarium's kind of gonna have to rebrand itself too, now that it's not the city that's standing against the Sin Eaters and the Light. I'm sure it'll be fine, though. That was a fine speech, Master Chai. I believe your words stirred every soul in attendance. Stirred them to action, I hope. If I have learned anything from all this, it is that change begins with the individual. It is but a matter of finding the strength to take the first step. Assuming my fellow Yulmorans can, it shall be my honor and privilege to help them walk this road Assuming my fellow Yulmorans can, it shall be my honor and privilege to walk them, or to help them walk this road we have chosen. But we must not forget the individuals who made all those changes possible. Were it within my power, I would carve a tribute to your heroism into the very stone upon which the city stands. I'll settle for just like a normal statue. Maybe some collectible portraits. I hate to change the subject, plushies, darling, but now that you have officially taken office, have you given any thought to your mayoral seat? No, his what? We will not be moving into the emergent, dearest. It's too big for one thing, and too far from the people for another. We will retain our current residence, and I will govern here in the parlor. Oh, I was hoping you'd say that. I much prefer the view from the parlor. Begging your pardon, Master Chai, but have you got the time for a word? Yes. Yes, of course. Happen, but... Aye, that's me. I liked your speech, but there's folk outside these walls that don't even have enough food to last till tomorrow, and more who are counting their crumbs. If you've a plan to change that, I want to help set things in motion. Then we've much to discuss. No sooner do I take office than my work begins in earnest. Well, I suppose I brought it upon myself. Thank you again for your help, Shizune. I hope to see you again before long. What a day. I don't know what it means exactly, but I do know I've got plenty to think about. I sense we all have a great deal to consider. I had resolved to remain here until such time as Yulmore's future was secured, but it is clear to me now that the city is in capable hands. I have every confidence they will find their way. I believe it is time we went on ours. With Master Chai at the helm, if only for the interim, I feel I can bid farewell to Yulmore and return to the source with no regrets. I know eventually I can find them here, but not right now. Okay. So Alphino's leaving too, is he? Seems like everyone's moving on. Everything's changing. I've been thinking about what I should do in all this. Like I told you, I spent most of my life dreaming about living here with my friends. In paradise. That paradise is gone. Something better's taken its place. And I reckon I want to be a part of it. This Yulmore for the people Master Chai's been going on about ain't gonna build itself after all. Not that I'm much of a builder. Me and my friends will find a way to make a difference, though. Help keep things changing for the better. A far nobler dream than the one to which you could come before. And one I am happy to say we share. Whatever path you choose, I pray for your success. Well, when you put it like that, there's no going back now, is there? We've got a few ideas on how we can do our bit. Just a matter of taking the first step. Go ahead and use that. And hey, look at that. Custom deliveries unlocked. Kinda. And hey, it's the quest that sets a thing! Alphino wears a satisfied smile, seemingly content with the state of Yulmore. Truly, to see Kaishu thus inspired by our actions is inspiring in itself. Yet, however much I may wish to stay and see what comes of his efforts here in Yulmore, we have matters of our own to attend to. Come, we should return to the Crystal Tower. Mayhap FFXIV's studies have borne fruit in our absence. Up the stairs we go. Twould seem Alize has yet to return from the inn at Journey's Head. Do hope she doesn't overtire herself. In the course of preparing more Arasite, we made a significant discovery. We thought it best to wait for your return before sharing our findings. Oh? My congratulations, Shizune. Glad tidings from Yulmore did precede thy coming. I will see that Thancred and Rien hear of these momentous events, that they too might take joy in that which thou hast helped to bring about. I take it you are ready to resume our work? Yep. Welcome back. We are given to understand a new mayor has taken office in Yulmore. Indeed, our good friend Master Chai was elected by popular vote and, after some considerable soul-searching, chose to accept the post. It is a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech, though I have no doubt you will see more of him in the future. But tell me, how fared you in preparing the White Arasite? Why'd the music stop? Our work did not proceed quite as expected. In our absence, we had a frank discussion on the principles of in your absence, we had a frank discussion on the principles of soul transference, and concluded at length that White Arasite was ill-suited for our purposes. But Urianger, did you not say that, compared to the massy soul of an Ascian, the stone could house one of ours with ease? That I did. And armed as we are with FFXIV's invaluable insight, it would indeed prove a trifling matter, were we to disregard the inviolable link twixt mind and soul. A link which we did belatedly realize, be weakened most perilously in the process of rendering our souls dormant, as Arasite doth require. Thus, the shedding of these fleshy simulacra, and the surfeit of ether which compromiseth them, would in all likelihood deprive us of our psyches as well. It would theoretically be possible to channel your minds into the Arasite instead, but we would more than likely sacrifice your souls in the process. Which is why we have abandoned that plan, and instead devoted our time to finding a means by which mind and soul might be transported together. Then we are no closer to a solution than when we first began. It is a vexing conundrum indeed, but one for which the Crystal Exarch has posited a most intriguing solution. When our discussions turned to the transference of memories in the psyche, I could not help but be reminded of a technique with which I have personal experience. Shizune, do you recall what we learned of my eyes from our encounter with Doga and Une? I speak of the royal eye of the Elegant Empire, or imperial line, gifted to my forebears through the blood and memories of the ancient Elegants. It is by this gift that I am able to control the Crystal Tower. If we were to gain an understanding of the technology by which the Elegants were able to accomplish this transference, perhaps then we could keep mind and soul together. Imagine, if you will, a device like unto a soul crystal, replete not only with our worldly memories, but also the bountiful energies of the soul. That is our current avenue of investigation, and we will follow it wheresoever it leads. While we are thus engaged, I think it best that Shizune return to the source and inform Kryl and the others of our findings. Agreed. I imagine Kitaru will be relieved to hear we've made progress of the sort. Then I would beg leave to relay our findings unto Thancred and Reen, and to assist where I may in their investigation of the empty. Yes, please do. Should we have need of your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. Give our regards to Tataru, won't you? Will do. Beck Lug insists we resume our work forthwith, but I grow weary at the thought. What I would not give for a cup of tea and perhaps a vanilla tart. I pray the link to their bodies in your world will endure a while longer. Should it fail, our efforts will be for naught. Mark my words, Shizune. We will unlock the secrets of the Elegant Eye, and see the others return home. There was a time when I thought these eyes a curse, you know. But for what they have enabled me to do, and what they may yet make possible, I see now they are a blessing. With the benefit of our combined knowledge, and the aid of the first leading authority on soulcraft, we must surely be able to find a solution. Surely. Don't you call me Shirley. Okay, through Mordona we go. Was not expecting the giant Zoid dragon to just be sitting inside the building. I always forget how big that thing is. Shizune! You're back! How did everything go in the first? Wait, don't tell me. Kryl will be here shortly, and she'll want to hear too. She's just tending to the others. Their bodies, I mean. Gods, I don't think I'll ever get used to saying that. Anyway, you can tell us everything the moment she gets here. As Pawn speaking with Tataru, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Yep, let's go. Is this? Wait, oh no!
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh, that is the worst timing for ads! Okay, I'm gonna force the ads to start now so that we can watch the several cutscenes in sequence without me constantly having to, snooze the ads. So yeah, I'll see you guys in like 3 minutes. Unless you're subbed, in which case, hi. You're still stuck with me. Remember to sub, guys. Oh. Okay, no, I'm gonna sit here being super paranoid about whether or not a thing has actually shipped. Because, like, I have the tracking number for the iPhone, but the tracking, like, when I actually track the number, it's saying that, like, it's just that the shipping label is printed. And so I don't know if they've actually not shipped it yet, or if USPS is just being stupid. I guess I'll just see what happens. Oh, uh-oh. I gotta go take care of a cat aggro problem, so I will be right back. Hey, you two. What's going on? I know you're a big baby. Is there a candy wrapper I can throw at you? Ugh! Cats, man. All right, welcome back from ads, everybody. Are you ready for several ads to, or for several cutscenes to play in sequence? Let's go.
I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly. But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
Well, we may have found a solution, but...
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
And Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah. Estinian, which means this is the Nightmare Fuel, patch. I mean, the Nightmare Fuel RP duty, anyway.
And none the worse for wear, I see.
Estinian! Oh, thank
Whoa,
the gods! We've been worried sick. Did you lose your link pearl or something?
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
More complicated how?
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razad Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar. Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself. There, we found a man whom all assumed dead.
Oh, were you not warned about that?
But his soul lives on. And he has wrested back his flesh. Xenos ye Galvas. Nor did the surprises end there. For no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn.
Oh, hey! Kryle and I get to be Echo besties. I've seen him in action. His body, at least. Will not best him alone. Nay, death will not come easy to that thing. If you would join me, then by all means. What good it will do. The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragoon. I suppose this might suffice. Come then. Ah, the simple pleasure of one's own flesh. Truly, there's no place like home. Abomination. Whatever he is, Shizune was barely a match for him. If we stay here much longer... Emperor Varus! Your Radiance! Are you all right? We may wear out our welcome. Your Radiance! No! Must even the most middling of sport be spoiled? The world conspires to bore me. But I have no cause to remain. I leave these vermin to you. Xenos! Oh shit, how'd he pull that off? Well, any bright ideas? Hey, so body horror content warning coming up. I'm just gonna warn you guys now. Just one. Gah! Your Radiance! Intruders have taken flight. I repeat, the intruders have taken flight. Deploy all available Magitech armor. We cannot let them escape. Do we know what happened to those two after this? Did we ever see them again? Yeah, we get to play as our boy! Alert intruders detected in the Imperial Way. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, that's not, okay. I don't get an AoE, what do you mean? Why? fucked up. Nobody saw that. We're just gonna skip some cutscenes. And skip cutscene. I had a little oopsie with my controls. It's fine. Everything's fine. We're completely fine. Alright, let's try that again. I keep trying to use more than the 3 buttons they give me for this. But, like I said, totally and completely fine. There are those two. Noodles. Alright, make ourselves easy marks are splitting up. Alright then, I'll take the low road, so to speak. God, if only we could explore this place outside of this. And, the Endwalker dungeon doesn't count. Dynamics. Alright, here we go. Like I said, body horror content warning. I kinda wish they'd done more with this. Well, well, someone's been busy. Volatile prototype Arc Ultima. And you would bar my way, would you? So be it. Was that the extent of it? Come, Nidhogg. Lend me your strength. Field test. What does this do? Okay. done. I know I couldn't get them, but... Oh, they... No? Pass from Vanya if it's... Sample 12. Oh, I probably need to get rid of these things to make my life easier. Oh, nope. Patience took care of it. Is that supposed to mean that, like, they don't have complete control over this thing? I don't really heal anymore, so this better take care of it. Hell yeah! God, I wish that they had gone more into the fact that they were experimenting on their own people. Garleans and their machina. Now, where are you, Gaius? You good, Cryo?
Are you all right?
You know, the usual.
Peer into my past, did you?
Look, man, it's not like you can control it.
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours. But no matter. Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit. Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
It beggars belief, aye.
but no more than hero traversing the rift between worlds.
Who, me?
My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray. Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose. Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention. He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry, I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
Well, it's nice to have one less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riol and our Shinobi are made aware. Though we still know next to nothing, it can't hurt to be vigilant.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
Oh, he thinks he's escaped from us.
But with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
Please, Estinian. Pretty please. For me.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
Again, I can't. Why do people always hold it against me? Things that are not within my control.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
Will do. Though they have yet to find a workable solution, Y'shtola and the others are making progress, and we cannot ask for more than that. You must be shattered after all that hope that hopping back and forth between worlds. Why not stay here and rest for a while? I'm sure Beck Lug can manage without you. They've got enough scions to help them, if you ask me. And that is the end of 5.1 MSQ. All right, we have the final cutscene. Meanwhile, in Garlemald. What's this all about? Traitors! You would dare deny Lord Nerva the throne? Oh, right. Ah! Onward! Before this day is done, victory shall be ours! Hey, this actually looks familiar. Boring, boring, boring. Do you think I find it amusing? Like dogs herding cattle to the slaughterhouse. That Hugh. Your soul is... Who are you? Before your majesty, I am another dog, lost in want of a new master. A hunting dog, if you should wish it so. For I know full well the prey you would seek next. Zodiac. Meanwhile, in Yulmore in the first. Oh. Did you hear? The mayor's reopening Daedalus Stoneworks, and they're looking for laborers. There's talk of resettling some of the old abandoned villages, too. They're even laying on free talos to help anyone willing to make the move. Free talos? Ha! We'd best get packing. Steady work, board, and lodging? If that's not a recipe for hope, I don't know what is. Hope. Yes, so long as I yet live, would see that feeble flame rekindled. Is it my destiny, or it is my destiny, to see our dream fulfilled? You get your grubby Essian hands off my boy's body, how dare you! Anyway. Shizune, might I ask a favor of you? I'm not normally one to pry, but Flamine has been oddly distracted ever since you came back to tell us of your travels in the first. Would you go and see if she's alright? I confess there is not a great deal I can do myself, but I am no less determined to do my part, which is why I've focused my efforts on recruiting others to join our cause. You needn't concern yourself with affairs here in Eorzea. The situation at the Gimlet Dark is well in hand thanks to the Alliance, and our efforts in containing potential primal threats have proven more than effective. Yay! Riel's still missing. Mistress Kryle has apprised us of the Archon's present and expected situation. You may rest assured we will support her in any way we can to keep their bodies safe. Hey, Zev! Oh, yep, stretchy time. We're just gonna finish those Katari quests from earlier, and then we'll be wrapping up the stream. With Riol now out in the field, I was asked to return to make up for his absence. Alas, Hori and the others were unable to accompany me. What are you here for? As a bodyguard or something? Anyway. Let me swap back over to Botanist and head over to Fano. Because I like how right now they're like, oh yeah, go back to the source. We don't need you in the first anymore. But like, we're going to be spending the majority of the rest of this patch on the first. For anybody curious, tomorrow we'll be doing more crystalline mean quests. I should be ranking up the pixies and the dwarves tomorrow, so we'll have those quests to do. Flamin's got a side quest, unlocking Kaishir, and we've got, I think I mentioned the crystalline mean. But yeah, so we've got stuff to do tomorrow. Welcome back, Shizune. For better or for worse, little has changed with me since last we met. Fina, too, is as indecisive as ever. Have you not left yet? Shizune, you grace us again with your presence. Me? I will be departing on my journey any day now. Yes, as soon as I decide where my destination will be. What about the Crystarium? So many V's in one place. I can scarce believe my eyes. Scream! We had heard rumors the Qatari had returned to the Greatwood, but did not expect to receive a visit so soon. Just seeing you brings back memories of olden times. Memories? Do you mean that you knew my ancestors? I am older than you might think, my little friend. Anyhow, the answer is yes. Have you heard the name Sepharl Tokal? She was a close friend of mine, and would come calling often to exchange news of the wood. Sepharl Tokal? I do believe I saw that name on Father's family tree. But if I recall correctly, she was my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother. It was that long ago, was it? How quickly the years fly by. Still, I am heartened by your presence, young Chakuro. For many years after the flood, I feared we would never see one of your kind again. And you, Shizune, welcome back to Fano. What brings you to us this day? Oh, I'm helping him. I see. Our Qatari friends seek to discover their history and claim the knowledge and lore of their ancestors. An admirable goal indeed, and doubtless not a simple task. We would be honored to lend you our aid and reforge the bonds between our peoples that were so strong in the days of Ronka. Now, do tell me more about these tunnels you are exploring. My dear sister has quite a weakness for ancient Ronkan ruins and relics, you see. To tell the truth, I had been preparing to leave the Greatwood on a journey of the realm. But if the Qatari require my aid, perhaps I could postpone my departure just a little or a bit longer. Scree! It would seem that the Great Serpent smiles upon our partnership as well. This is auspicious indeed. Master Laniel, what knowledge of the Qatari lives on here in Fano? Very little, I am afraid. The tales I can remember hearing from my dear departed friend. And no more. Uh-oh. Ugh. It's almost my bedtime. And no more. Sadly, the precise details of Qatari rites and rituals are beyond my recollection. And yet, I do recall Chaparral once mentioning that Qatari prayers to Oxtalan were remarkably similar in form to our own petitions to Ishmaya. It is not so surprising, perhaps, given how closely our two peoples were connected in those days. If we were to teach you one of our own traditions, mayhap you could adapt it to your own purposes. You would do this for us? Gladly, old friend. But first, we will need to prepare a simple altar for performing the rite and find ourselves a suitable offering. The liver and blood of an ancient beast, together with the root of a spirit weed, a rare shrub that grows near the Camula Astropolis. Yes, I do believe this will suffice. I know the ways of the beasts of the wood. Leave the hunting to me. As for the final offering, I suspect Shizune would have little difficulty acquiring it, yes? I'm sure I can find it. Excellent. In the meanwhile, I will teach the ritual to young Chakral here. Where the passage to the tunnels were the passage to the into the tunnels larger, we would accompany you ourselves, but alas. I mean, there's also that ward keeping out anybody who's not a Qatari. Do not worry, my good Master Leniel. I will learn the words and gestures well, and Dallin will hear our plea. Just you wait and see. You're a spirited one, child. But be forewarned, Master Leniel is a strict taskmistress. Egads! Forgive me, my friends. I will do my best. Anyhow, let us all reconvene at Hopple Stopple when we are finished with our allotted tasks. Okay, I go to Tippy Tap a Tree with my axe. Thank you, friend. It is not every day that we can reunite with friends from an age long past. Master Leniel won't be too hard on me, will she? Oh, buddy. Good luck, bye! And this should be the right... Yep. Okay, now we head back. I was wondering where you might, or when you might return, Shizune. Have you found the offering that we require? Yep. The V's believe this will suffice as an offering to Dallin? Very well, so be it. As soon as Trakurl and the V's arrive, we shall begin the second phase of the excavation. Why, just look at all the Qataris scurrying about. I heard they were an industrious people, but to see it with my own eyes is impressive indeed. Hail and well met. I am Fina of Fano. This is my sister, Fiona. We have come to assist the ritual of which your son has doubtless told you. Greetings, greetings! Please accept my apologies for making a fuss so close to your village, and without properly paying respects. I fear I've been quite preoccupied with my duties here. There is no need for that, friend. It is we who should apologize for our sisters, who gave you such a fright upon your return home. As you may well know, our peoples were strong friends and allies in the days of Ronka. It is our honor to reforge these bonds in the present day. Should you require anything... Should you require anything of us, you need but say the word. Anyhow, thanks to Shizune here, it would seem we have all the offerings needed to proceed with the ritual. Do you remember all that Master Leniel taught you, Trakurl? But of course! I said the words over to myself 100 times on the way here. I will do your Master Leniel and my people proud. I should hope so, my son. Very well. Let the dig begin. Tippy tap, tippy tap. Sometime later. Caturl, Noddle, and Chakotl have safely returned from their investigation of the tunnels. Okay, but that sounded kind of ominous. Scree? Scree! You good? It would seem that things beyond our understanding are afoot in the depths below. Another avatar of the Great Serpent? What is the meaning of this? I mean, isn't this just the beheaded... Oh wait, there's two of them now. Got it. I cannot say for sure. We found a second stele, but I fear, much as the last one, it proved too massive to carry to the surface. Just as we were pondering our next course of action, this armor-clad fellow arrived and let us out a mighty... scream! Precisely. While I cannot confess to fully understand the import of what it is saying, I can only surmise that the serpent once again wishes for us to call upon the wisdom of the ally of Ronka, Shizune that is, and restore the stele to its erstwhile form. And yet, much as the last time, the engravings are weathered, and to no small degree. I have my own thoughts about what they signify, but I would hear my son's theory first. What say you, Chakotl? Well, let me see now. One marking was clearly of a Vis, knocking a bow. Then I could make out the semblance of a Qatari, its arms seemingly held in the air. The image of a Vis on a Qatari stone? How fascinating. Just as the first stele depicted our history with the Ronkan Empire, no doubt these markings tell of the first encounter between our two peoples. Having befriended the benevolent Ronkans, our people then met the Vis, skilled hunters and wise to the ways of the forest. So pleased were our ancestors, they threw their hands in the air in glee. That is a most optimistic interpretation, my boy. And yet I feel it is more logical to read the stone a different way. Doubtless the Vis came upon our ancestors, small and scurrying about the forest, and took them for prey. Facing arrows pointed at their hearts, our ancestors threw their hands in sheer terror. So it was that the Vis, newcomers to the Greatwood, nearly came into conflict with the mighty Ronkan Empire. Our legends tell of how the goddess Ishmaya guided our people to the forest, but say little of what awaited us beyond our arrival there. As far as we can say, both theories are more than plausible. Still, I would hope to believe... No, I will say no more. It would ill behoove me to stick my nose into matters of Qatari lore. I agree. Qatari history should be written by the Qatari themselves. In any event, we are pleased that we were able to contribute to our cause to your cause in some small way. We shall return to Fano, but please do not hesitate to call upon us again. There is still much catching up to do between our peoples. Okay, well, considering the fact that, like, the Fano, or the Vis that these guys encountered tried to hunt them, once again, it seems we find ourselves with a choice to make. Scree! I mean, based on what I witnessed, yes, Shizune, do impart unto us your wisdom once more. How are you inclined to interpret our history? I know I'm the champion of hope, but I am also realistic. Again, father and son arrive at different theories regarding the history of the Qatarias recorded on the stele. At the bidding of the Great Serpent, it falls to you to serve as a mediator. You have achieved respected reputation with the stewards, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I know how this works. I'll do the quest off stream, it's fine. But yeah, considering the fact that we literally saw Vis point their spears at these guys because they didn't know who or what they were, history is full of cruelties and harsh truths. While my boy would propose a starry-eyed view of our past, I prefer to face reality with my eyes wide open, or face reality with my eyes wide open. Vivis and Katari forged a friendship trusted and true. Acknowledging the unpleasant nature of our first encounter allows us to appreciate that all the more. Surely you agree, Shizune? I just want to read what he has to say. You too saw how Master Lenil welcomed us when we visited Fano, yes? Why, it is simply prosperous to think that the friends of my great-great and so on grandmothers and grandfathers hunted us like vermin. Yes, I am quite certain that the beasts were our friends from the earliest of days. The Qatari in the markings is meant to be raising his hands in sheer joy. Surely you agree? No, I don't. I'm sorry. I literally... Yeah, I already read this. The V's are cool, but they also have trust issues. And tend to shoot their bows before they ask questions. Do you truly think so? Then perhaps there's something to Father's theory after all. In any event, the choice has been made, and I am happy to do what must be done. Splendid, my boy. And with that, let the restoration of the second stele begin. Good madam, do stay with us and help us see our mission through to the end. Yeah, sure. I shall summon the artisans. Oh, but I can scarcely wait to see another piece of our history take form. I genuinely can't remember how I answered these questions in the past. The second Qatari stele has been restored to depict the Qatari Nardal's interpretation of the first encounter between the Qatari and the beasts. Protected by the new altar erected according to the traditions of the beasts and heartened by rediscovering another piece of their heritage, the stewards have returned to their excavation efforts with newfound zeal. Should you choose, continue to aid them in their cause. Alright, and that is it for tonight's stream. I will be back tomorrow starting at 7:30 Central with more Final Fantasy XIV. We will be doing Dwarf and Pixie rank ups, as well as unlocking Kaishir's custom deliveries and doing the side quest that, oh god, Flamine. We'll be doing Flamine's little side quest. And then with whatever time we have left, we have some facets to do. We'll probably start with fishing. Just so I can get all the gatherers done and taken care of. And then I guess we'll decide. We'll figure it out. I'll probably start with the goldsmith, or not the goldsmith, the leatherworker / weaver / carpenter one. And yeah, we'll see what kind of time we have tomorrow. And then Sunday, starting at 4:30 Central Time, we will be doing the first Nier raid. 15 people, minimum item level, no echo, me on Black Mage. Please look forward to it. Somebody's got to. Haha, jokes. In the meantime, let's find somebody on Twitch that we can raid. Who is streaming right now? What is this? Oh. No, okay. I'm gonna look for somebody who's... streaming. Preferably a sprout, because that is how we roll. Preferably somebody who is not Oh, somebody else is replaying the game. Let's go raid somebody who's also replaying. Because I love that. It looks like they're in a Realm Reborn. Alright, so we are going to raid Jazzy Peon. Everybody give them a hello from the pantry. And until I see you guys again. Oh, also Friday night raids, 8 o'clock Central. And yeah. Alright, until I see you guys again, I hope you have a good day. Stay safe, stay healthy, and take care. Bye-bye!